Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on October 18, 2022 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas 78520. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor is 5:03. You may call the meeting to order. Next item, invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's all stand for the prayer and please remain standing for the pledge. Father God, we thank you once again for our many blessings. We specifically thank you for the rain we've been blessed with this week. Lord, we ask you to lead and guide us in giving gratitude to you. And Lord, we thank you that you know the hearts of men and women, and yet you love us. Even when we're disciplined by you, you love us, and you have an ultimate goal for our good, Lord, looking towards eternity. Lord, I ask you to lead and guide our mayor, our city commissioners today in everything. Lord, you know all the details that we're still trying to find out. And Lord, I ask you to reveal what we need to know. Lead and guide all of our leaders from Washington, D.C. to Austin to right here in Brownsville for the very best for the city of Brownsville. And Lord, we thank you for all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And now we'll have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one indivisible.
Next item, we have proclamations. First proclamation, declaring November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Brownsville, sponsored by Commissioner De Los Santos and Commissioner Gowen.
Okay, who's reading that? Commissioner Gao?
Is there someone here for this proclamation? It's a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating the month of November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Brownsville. Whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among men and women in the United States and Texas, accounting for more deaths than colon cancer, breast cancer, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control, there were 626 new lung cancer cases and 402 deaths because of lung cancer between 2015 and 2019 in Cameron County, Texas. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for localized lung cancer is 60%, yet only 24% of lung cancers are diagnosed at this stage. And whereas screening for lung cancer for high-risk individuals using low-dose computed tomography can lead to the earlier detection of lung cancer and save lives, reducing the mortality by 20% when compared to screening by chest X-ray in the National Lung Screening Trial, and reducing the risk of death at 10 years by 24% in men and 33% in women, as demonstrated by another large randomized trial. And whereas funding for lung cancer research trails far behind funding for research of many other cancers, and additional research is needed in early diagnosis, screening, and treatment for lung cancer, as well as in lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities. And whereas lung cancer incidence is decreasing twice as fast in men as it is in women, Each year, more women die from lung cancer than breast cancer, and by 2035, more women will die from lung cancer than men. And whereas African Americans have the highest lung cancer incidence and mortality of all races, and disparities in lung cancer screening, diagnosis, treatment, and mortality are well characterized among African Americans and other racial minorities. Whereas lung cancer in individuals who never smoked is the seventh leading cause of cancer-related death and accounts for 17,000 to 26,000 deaths in the United States every year. 60 to 70% of individuals diagnosed with lung cancer who have never smoked are women, and the proportion of lung cancers diagnosed in people who never smoked is increasing in the United States. Radon is the leading cause of lung cancer among individuals who never smoked, and the second leading cause of lung cancer overall. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby designate November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Brownsville, and recognize this need for research in lung cancer affecting women and health disparities, and encourage all citizens to learn about lung cancer and early detection through lung cancer screening. Done on this 18th day of October 2022, signed by the mayor and the City Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anybody here who is going to receive this proclamation? Okay, thank you.
Next proclamation, we have declaring Saturday, October 15, 2022 as White Cane Awareness Day in the city of Brownsville.
Is there somebody here who's going to receive this proclamation? If so, you can come on up. All right. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, declaring Saturday, October 15th, 2022 as White Cane Awareness Day in the city of Brownsville. Whereas the white cane, which every blind citizen of the city of Brownsville has a right to carry, demonstrates and symbolizes the ability to achieve a full and independent life and the capacity to work productively in competitive employment. And whereas the white cane, by allowing every blind person to move freely and safely from place to place, makes it possible for the blind to fully participate in and contribute to our society and to live the lives they want. And whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires that motorists and cyclists exercise appropriate caution when approaching a blind person carrying a white cane. And whereas the City of Brownsville law also calls upon employers, both public and private, to be aware of and utilize the employment skills of our blind citizens by recognizing their worth as individuals and their productive capacities. And whereas the City of Brownsville, through its public agencies and with the cooperative assistance of the National Federation of the Blind of Texas, facilitate the expansion of employment opportunities for and greater acceptance of blind persons in the competitive labor market. Whereas we call upon our schools, colleges, and universities to offer full opportunities for training to blind persons, upon employers and the public to utilize the available skills of competent blind persons, and to open new opportunities for the blind in our rapidly changing society. And upon all citizens to recognize the white cane as a tool of independence for blind pedestrians on our streets and highways. Now therefore, we the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby declare Saturday, October 15th, 2022 as White Cane Awareness Day in the city of Brownsville. Done on this 18th day of October, 2022 by myself as mayor and the rest of the City Commission. Thank you.
Next item, we have public comment period. Mayor, we do have 11
Okay.
public comments.
Yeah,
forms.
the only thing I ask, I know we have them in order, and those that are in public comment, you have the opportunity, I guess, to either speak during public comment. If you're here for agenda item, public hearing number 1, which is the rate rollback, I would just ask, either you speak now at the beginning or for that item, so you have a choice. Those that are here, you can certainly go ahead and speak.
And Mayor, based on that timeline, rules, ordinance 226 limits discussion to 15 minutes. The commission can extend that. It just needs a vote from the commission to do that.
Do we need to do that now?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right. Let's go ahead.
First public comment, Agripina Gomez.
Just please state your name, ma'am, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Agripina Gomez. I'm a resident of Brownsville, also customer with PUV. And I want to tell you what happened this morning to start off. This morning, as I was working from home with my baby, I see the PUV truck pull up on my driveway. And I go outside running with my baby, and I see, hey, what's going on? And they wanted to shut off my light. Last month, I got cut off and I had to pay the $75 fee to reconnect. And now they wanted to do it again. I was, dealing with personal things, burying my mother. But, I'm telling you this story because this is what's going on in the community. People are getting cut off. I didn't receive a call, a courtesy call like, hey, ma'am, you have 1 day to pay or something. I didn't receive anything. They just went up and straight to cut off my light. Good thing I was by the window and I saw, what was gonna happen. So yeah, we really need accountability from across the board. We need a moratorium for people. We can't pay our bills. They're really high. We're struggling. I'm struggling. There's people right now making, they're making decisions. People on fixed incomes, single moms, single parent households, they're struggling. I speak with the community and they tell me like, hey, I had to go get a second job just to be able to afford my bill. It's coming out to $600, $900, $1,000. People cannot afford to pay that. So, we need more than, to have Mr. Brusiak on, vacation leave. We need more than that. We really need more than that. This is the community. This is the human impact that's happening to us. And I really ask you to really do the right thing. Right now, you guys have the opportunity to, reinvent it and do what's right for the community. Also, I know the gas, the gas is really high, is really driving up our bills. I know you, Mayor Mendez, you mentioned that. But, we really need to, as the board, invest in clean energy. Invest, break up with the fossil fuel industry, invest in clean energy. So many companies are doing it. They're doing solar farms, wind farms, everything. Why are we not doing it? Right now, it's a good opportunity to really invest in these things. And yeah, I hope that, you guys do the right thing because the community needs it. Thank you.
Next, we have Dolores de la Rosa. She signed up but did not wish to address the commission. Next, we have Linda Macias.
Good evening. My name is Linda Macias. I stand before you as an advocate and representative for the public. There is much frustration, anger, and mistrust in regards to BPUB. In 2012, BPUB presented to the City of Brownsville a Tenaska project that would generate power to sell to other companies and provide a lower rate to the customer. The expense would come from the pockets of the public. The very first rate increase was enacted on April 1st, 2013, which was 36% over 4 years, or 41.57% when compared to pre-project rates. Brownsville residents have been paying additional monies for a project that never came to fruition. Where is the integrity? Where is the transparency? When will we do what is right for the people? I want you to pretend that you're going on a family vacation over the weekend. Upon returning home, you notice your front door is cracked open. And once entering, your belongings are missing. You've discovered that you've been robbed. That's how customers feel once a month. Residents have been paying 41.57%. These individuals have been laid off from work. Single mothers working a minimum wage job. Widows and elderly folks whose sole income comes from Social Security checks. These and they are faced with paying a $700 utility bill. At times, they make the decision to take out loans or pay the rent or their utility. This injustice does not only hurt residents, but small business owners. I know of businesses and people who will refuse to move to Bronzeville because of BPUB. Let's put the public back in BPUB and do what is right. For starters, let's reduce the rates by reverting back to pre-project rates. Let's reimburse the public their rightfully owned money. One can look at previous accounts and pay them. Stop estimating household usage and report accurate readings. Top 3 positions combined make $1 million. Let's reduce your salary and give it back to your customers. City of Bronzeville City Commissioners, I stand before you and I ask that you charter and intervene to fire John Brusiak. Because it's not enough for us to give him and pay a 2-month vacation. In fact, it's a slap to our face. If I recall correctly, you all had a campaign platform to make a difference, to create a change, to fight corruption and put families first. This is your moment. This is your time to correct the wrongs. If no intervention is done, it makes you no different than those who created the Tenasca scheme. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Next, we have Ezequiel Z. Silva.
Mayor, City Commissioners, my name is Ezequiel Silva, born and raised here in Bronzeville, raised my family here, and I'm, I don't know, maybe 3rd or 4th generation here. I own a couple of small businesses. I'm here on behalf of not only the citizens, but of myself as well. I am one that has been affected by the outrageous PUB bills. I'm not in agreement with what happened yesterday with giving John Brusiak a unanimous vote to take 60 days vacation with pay to kind of clear his name and pretty much call everybody that did the forensic audit a liar. But some of you here have claimed that they've been vindicated. No, you have not. You have not been vindicated because a lot of people here were here and voted for the increase. Now, let's go back a little bit and look at what is happening. The mayor, thank you for putting up 11% discount that we should get, but let's be honest, that's not going to be enough. In 2015 or 2017, you all knew that this was a scam. But officially in August of 2020, BPUB told the city commissioners that this was no way, any way, shape, or form was ever going to happen. Tenasca was a lie. Yet you did not reverse and stop the bleeding right there. You continued the bleeding. Actually, you stuck the dagger a little bit more and continued charging us. And it was voted here by the city commission in August of 2020. Now, there's no way nobody here is vindicated. Now, what I'm asking, you're not giving me back anything. I'm asking for you to give me back what is mine. Now, that's it. You took away money from me, my children, and every citizen that is a PUB taxpayer, okay, that has electricity. Why don't you stop right now? Vote to give us back 2020, and then figure out how are you going to go back another 5 years or 7 years and give us back every penny that was taken away from us. That's what is fair. If PUB has to declare bankruptcy because of its ineptness, then so be it. If they don't pay certain people, then that's their problem. Why make it our problem? Because you have a CEO that deliberately misled. You had an ex-mayor, a disgraced mayor, Antonio Martinez, that conspired to defraud the people. We elected you guys to represent us, to defend us, to protect us, not steal from us, deliberately or ignorantly, either because some people, as Tony Martinez said, he had to give it down to 5th grade level because maybe some he thought here in the city commission were too stupid to understand numbers. Well, I'm not stupid. I have more than a 5th grade education, but a lot of you out here on the 2nd or 3rd or 4th term knew in 2020 that it wasn't going to happen. Give us back immediately what is ours. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Mary Helen Flores.
Well, here we are again, humiliated, used, abused. The people of the city are sick and tired of the compadre system robbing us blind, and that's what happened here again, but on a scale we've never seen before. It's time to fix it, and the people guilty need to pay the consequences. If you've known about this issue, you need to get the hell out of public office. Take your consequences. And talk to law enforcement to clear your conscience. We really need you guys to change the charter that runs PUB because it's broken, it doesn't work. This is our public utility. We want to have a voice in how it's run. We want to be able to say, get rid of this guy, he's no good. We want for you to be able to get rid of this guy, he's no good. We want a PUB board that is diverse, that is expanded, that has people on there, regular people on there, not people who are full of conflict of interest. You guys need to do something about it and do it quickly. Don't sit around and hem and haw. Get something done quickly. Fix this thing or sell it and let us choose another provider.
Next, we have Ms. Keila Chabuda.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Tabuada, and I am a resident of Brownsville. Like everyone else before me, I am in agreement 100% to everything they have said. And I don't want to waste time in repeating that because like I said, it's the same sentiment that we all in the community have. But I want to share with you something that really hurts me. When I talk to my mom and she tells me, ay, mijita, ¿para qué andas ahí peleando por nosotros? And it hurts me because, and I tell her, mami, estoy peleando por ti, porque cada vez me dices que este mes estás pagando tarde tu bill de la luz. Y eso a mí me duele un chorro, porque yo no quiero ver a mis padres sufrir. Mis padres tienen 65 años y nadie como ellos se merecen estar pasando estos sufrimientos que estamos pasando en estos tiempos. No es justo. It's not right for my parents, like everybody else, to be suffering like so. It's not fair that we have to somehow figure out how I'm going to help my parents because they can't make their payment, just like everybody else. It's not fair that they can't make their payment and then now they have to pay a late fee because they couldn't make the month before. And so it's going on and on and on, and it just repeats itself. It's not right. You know it's not right. Put yourself in our shoes for once, because like it was said, we elected you. We trusted you. We gave you full trust that you would do what is right and stand up for your community, the people. We are those people. We are your community. We're coming before you time and time again, and we're going to keep doing it because we need to see the change. And so I'm here, like everybody else, again, asking for that change. The ball sits in your court now because you already know what happened yesterday from that special meeting that happened last night with BPUB. It was pointless. It was a slap in the face. It was a punch in the gut. It was a kick in the butt. I mean, you name it. Everything, the worst things that we could feel, that's what that was. So now it's your turn. Now we're here before you. And if you fail us too, then who do we have? Then you guys are going to have to go too, because you know you're not going to have our votes. So please have some humanity and sympathy and do the right thing. Thank you.
Next, we have J.D. Carey.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is JD Key. I'm the District Director for Congresswoman Myra Flores. She couldn't be here tonight, so she wanted to make sure I was here tonight, and my reason is twofold. Oh, pardon me. Twofold. One, to let you know that I'm here. We office here out of Brownsville as our flagship office over in the town plaza. We have two others in San Benito and Weslaco, but we office right here in Brownsville. And we're here to help our constituents with federal services, any issues that they have with the IRS, Social Security, VA benefits, any federal agency, and that keeps us very busy. And the second reason is the Congresswoman wanted to make sure I was here in support and in arms with the citizens of Brownsville about the BPUB. She is very passionate about this issue. This is something we get a lot of calls about, especially recently. First, it was because of the bills and how they had increased, and now as a result of the audit. So we are here today in support of the citizens who have questions, and I wanted to put a face to a name because you'll all be getting an email from me and know that we're a resource here in the community. Thank you. AEY. Thank you.
Next, we have Erasmo Castro.
Mayor and City Commissioners, I'm going to speak in Spanish, if that's okay. Antes de nada, quiero darles las gracias por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí presentes. Y pensaba hablar en inglés, pero siendo de que las personas las cuales han hablado antes que yo, pues han dicho todo aquello lo cual es el sentimiento de las personas las cuales radicamos aquí en la ciudad. Y quería tomar la oportunidad de decirlo en español para aquellas personas las cuales están viendo. Y déjenme decirles, hay un gran número de personas las cuales están viendo y están interesadas en el proceso. Y eso ha sido algo bueno, que ha salido algo horrible, de que hay más personas de las cuales están atentas y están haciendo las preguntas. Y aquellas cosas de las cuales han mencionado las personas que han venido, es el sentimiento y lo que está sufriendo las personas que radican aquí en la ciudad de Bronzeville. Tenemos que tomar en consideración de que no solamente las personas las cuales los votaron a ustedes para tomar este puesto, son aquellas personas de las cuales ustedes pues son responsables de. Hay muchas personas de las cuales están entre nosotros, los cuales no cuentan con los documentos necesarios o no pueden votar porque son residentes de esta ciudad. No dejan de ser personas importantes para nuestra comunidad. Y el día de ayer pudimos asistir a la junta del PUB y pues salimos muy decepcionados. Muy decepcionados porque pensamos de que, como se ha dicho, fue un insulto para los residentes de la ciudad de Bronzeville. Un insulto porque aquella persona de la cual orquestó todo esto, el cual tuvo mucho que ver con esto, solamente se le dieron 2 meses de descanso con pago. Creemos que no es justo por lo que se ha hecho. Agradecemos de que se ha puesto en la junta que se quiere regresar o se va a hablar de regresar los réditos a un tiempo allá de octubre 2013. Y ese es un buen inicio, pero no es suficiente. Como decía el señor Silva, queremos que se reembolse todo el dinero el cual se nos cobró en cuanto a los 36 o 42% en exceso, que se le regrese al pueblo. Además de ello, queremos de que se siga en cuanto al procedimiento legal en contra de cualquier persona que haya tenido cualquier cosa que ver con esto, incluyendo a personas de las cuales en este momento siguen sentadas en la mesa directiva del PUB o tuvieron relación con aquellas personas de las cuales fueron ellos, incluyendo al alcalde Tony Martínez. Queremos que ustedes demanden de la mesa directiva que dejen su puesto si siguen en contacto y con relación con el alcalde anterior, porque ese es parte del problema. Mencionaban el compadrismo, tiene que terminar. Queremos de que ustedes tomen medidas fuertes, influyentes, medidas de que de veras vayan a causar una reacción para todos nosotros. Gracias.
Next, we have Susan Rubalcaba.
Hi, good afternoon. Susan Rubalcaba. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Everyone's opinion matters and every voice should be heard. Commissioner Tedrow. We are far too lax in what we are willing to accept in positions which care for taxpayer assets, which handle millions of dollars in taxpayer monies, or which are responsible for ensuring the law is applied fairly and equitably as it applies to citizens. We can do better. Our standards must be higher, and transparency and accountability are paramount to it. Commissioner De Los Santos. I will dedicate my time in serving District 4 and the citizens of Brownsville as a priority in ensuring we place Brownsville first. Commissioner Pedro Cardenas. Transparency, vibrancy, science, and logic in decision-making and standing for best practices. This is my pledge to you, and I will not take it for granted and work hard for you always. Commissioner Rose Gowan. I believe the number one priority as a city commissioner is to be a good steward of taxpayer money. As such, it is imperative that we create a transparent government for our citizens. Commissioner John Cowan. I would like the opportunity to advocate for Brownsville residents as your city commissioner, Commissioner Nerith Golonsky. Fiscal responsibility is imperative. No more wasted resources on special interest. When we spend money, we should know exactly what we are doing. I bring people together and we get work done. I'm ethical and honest. It's not about me or anyone else. It's about what is best for Brownsville. Leading by example, Mayor Tremendous. What happened to those people? In light of the recent PUB audit report, you must understand the outrage of the people. Don't get me wrong, the first steps have been taken with the suspension of Brusiak. But this goes much deeper. The citizens of Brownsville were lied to and stolen from. Whether you were a commissioner at that time or you are a new commissioner, you have inherited a tangled weave. And it is your obligation to listen to the audit, listen to the people, and rectify this. There was an unjustifiable rate hike of 42%. I implore you to consider the same rollback. 22% just doesn't cut it. I also implore you to review your 10% general fund quarterly rebate from PUB and possibly use a portion to make the citizens whole again. Refund them what they are owed. And above all, you and the city attorney must forward the findings to the appropriate authorities for a criminal investigation. Whether it be local or federal, or both, this has to be looked at into with a magnifying glass. Brusiak, Tony Martinez, Eddie Trevino, the consultants and vendors conspired to sell a false bill of goods. They did it by blatantly lying to the PUB board, the commission, and to the people.
Your time's up.
It is time we put a stop to the political puppets who feel empowered to spend taxpayers' monies as if it was their own. You took an oath and asked us to trust you. Today, we are asking you to do what you were elected to do and be on our side for a change.
Next, we have John Shergold.
Sorry, I'm a little bit slower. I'm wearing a little issue here with my feet. I remember when I was a young guy learning how to play a little basketball, I learned from Monsignor Hartmut, was someone in my Catholic youth organization years ago. By the way, my name's John Shergold, and I see a lot of people in this audience today that ought to probably be put on the PUB board next time around. I think there's a lot more qualified people here. And I think every one of here ought to be considered, but I'll get to that in a second. Monsignor told me once, he said, you know, John, he said, there's more of a sin of seeing someone do something wrong and doing it yourself than actually not talking about it or basically trying to do something about it. Let me repeat that. It's more of a sin to actually see somebody doing something and not trying to stop it. And I still remember what the Monsignor taught me all those years ago. Kind of like when Pontius Pilate looked at Jesus, and Jesus looked at him and said, what is truth? And what did Pontius Pilate do? He said nothing. And because he already knew. And I see the pastor here. I'm not trying to get in. I know him for a long time. But I'm not trying to step in on his territory because I'm a civil rights attorney. I'm a father of 2 young children. I'm friends with a lot of people in this community that are average citizens. They're trying to struggle to take their medication or paying their electric bill, to take a food, or basically pay for their child's daycare. And the fact of the matter is that a lot of you know who I am, and a lot of the people here know who you are. And we're quite surprised that you've allowed this to go on like it has. Something's got to be done to stop this. I'm not here, I'm also, although I'm a liaison for the local Democratic Party, I'm not here as a political advocate. I'm here on behalf of all those individuals who are not here today, that are disabled, that are suffering, that are basically trying to figure out how they're going to pay for their electricity so they're going to have a cold winter. And let's talk about this issue over here with Mr. Brusiak. You know, I'm not an expert in employment law, but I do practice it for many, many years. And I represent people who've been terminated mostly. But I don't understand how somebody can get put on suspension with pay when you over here placing people on suspension all the time with no pay that are making a minimal wages. That's an outrage. All I'm asking is, in my last few moments, is that I've been contacted by a lot of people who supported me when I ran for Democratic chairman. I'm thinking about doing it again because no one's speaking up for the people. Thank you. Let's put some of these people on the PUB chair. Let's put these people out here on the PUB board because they live real lives. The people you've been pointing over there are like me. They got money. They can basically pay for whatever they want. But there's people who don't. Let's put them on the PUB board. Let's put them on the PUB. Let's go to the list of the people and let's put them on the board next time when you have an appointment. Let's put people on the PUB board that you never consider because they won't make the bad decisions that led to this mess to start with. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Lydia Garza, which she did not wish to address the commission. Next item, we have work sessions. Item number 1, fiscal year 2023 work plans, tabled from October the 4th, 2022, City Manager's Office.
We'll be presenting some of the work plan items that we have. We do have our directors here that are available to answer any questions regarding work plans. There are over 300 work plan items that are performed throughout various departments. Many of the items that you see on the work plan are not even routine. They're above and beyond their normal routine work. Some of them based on new initiatives. Others are projects that are multi-year and phased projects. Right now, what I have here before you, I'm not going to go over the 300 and some items, but what I would like to highlight is some of the items depending on your different pillars that you have adopted through your strategic visioning plan. If you look at it, the Gladys Porter Zoo Master Plan was recently updated. It's the implementation and support of the expansion of that zoo. The revitalization of the Sunrise Mall beginning with main event, but facilitating the redevelopment of that. The city's hosting the Games of Texas, facilitating downtown revitalization efforts, recruiting a new airline with the Brownsville South Padre Island Airport, and also continue to develop with the presence of SpaceX at our airport with an Air and Space campus there. Under the Economic and Planning and Zoning pillar, develop a land use master plan. Also, in order to streamline permitting, we've purchased software and also implementation of software for transparency during the permit process. Collaborating with our downtown stakeholders on revitalization efforts. We've started First Fridays again, but just supporting them. We've seen that revenues have increased as a result of that. Contract with acoustic engineer on vibration ordinance because we have received some complaints from hotel users and we want to make sure that we're listening to their tenants. And also open space encroachment requirements and how we comply with those. In addition, with infrastructure, and we will have our interim director of public works here to speak to all the road improvements and drainage improvements that we have planned for this year. So continuing the implementation of broadband so we can provide affordable broadband internet connectivity to residents through 6 rings of fiber connectivity. Also continue the traffic detection implementation so we have more streamlined lights changing and better traffic control. Also work through cybersecurity for our public computers. Continue with bus shelters, implementing those on high trafficked areas, and also Laserfish, which is a record management depository system. With regard to public safety, plan to design the multimodal bicycle pedestrian trail plan. So for child safety, pedestrian safety, the police department in coordination with municipal court is looking at new programs to provide that. Looking at an emergency operations center, training center, ask for legislational support for the tactical training center project, procurement of automated exit lane technology for the airport, in addition with the integration of airport security functions. With regard to quality of life, not only our trail projects continue with those, provide mental health unit, teledoc for our mental health professionals, employee wellness, as well as mental health awareness post-19 pandemic. Also, our police department has a very robust public wellness component as part of that. Also have Ciclovia events on bicycle downtown, and also improve our BARC animal shelter operations, evaluating changes to operation, increased adoptions, other community improvements where more people can participate and we can get better our adoptions up in our animal shelter, and look at hours of operation change so more people are able to go to our animal shelter. With regard to governance, facilitate your strategic visioning update. Also look at different offboarding process and get feedback from our employees that do leave employment here. Why are they leaving? Understand, can we improve some of our processes, what we do, leadership or what have you. You know, it also helps us retain employees here in the city of Brownsville. Also continue with our leadership programs, and also a talent attraction and retention strategy. As you know, many private and public companies are losing their employees. How can we better retain them? And also just develop an annual comprehensive financial report, so financial accountability. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it to our interim director of public works, who will there's many roads there. Maybe you can just give some brief update on.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Doro Garcia, Interim Engineer and Public Works Director. The first 6 streets that we have on the list are full reconstruction streets. I want to focus a little bit on those just because of the timelines that we have on those. The first 3, Old Highway 77, Stagecoach, and Wild Rose Lane, are currently being designed and are scheduled to begin construction probably around this time next year. On the 14th Street, Coffeeport, and Old Alice, those are currently being designed, but they're not scheduled to begin construction till 14th Street till 2025, Coffeeport 2026, and Old Alice till 2027. They are part of our 5-year work plan. The remaining streets on the list are part of our mill and overlay program, which will be completed through our general fund and through our CDBG funding that we get throughout the year. With surplus funding, we will do additional streets. We will come back to the commission and address those once we know how much funding we have available. This is a map of the area that will be visible or available to the public. And I wanted to touch a little bit on the drainage projects that we have. These are actual drainage projects that will be beginning construction as part of the Texas Water Development Board funding that we had. The West Brownsville Drainage Improvement, that'll consist of rerouting a lot of our stormwater that we currently have for in the West Brownsville area through a new 72-inch culvert pipe that'll alleviate flooding significantly in the West Brownsville area. In the Four Corners area, we will be proposing a detention pond. We do have a 10-acre property that will develop about 7 acres that should provide about 20 acre-feet of storage. This will also include a soccer field that would be within one of the levels of the shelf of the detention pond, some walking trails and some splash pads. This will also improve drainage in the Four Corners, Boca Chica area. In addition to that, We have six culvert crossings that will be improved in pipe sizes so that we can have better flow throughout our drainage system in the city. We did just complete the installation of our eighth gauge for USGS. These are actually available to the public to view through the USGS website, and they have data as far as water levels of our ditches, the amount of rainfall that we have, and we are pending two that are going to have water quality data, also collection capabilities. We will be also constructing 13 weir structures on the west side of the expressway, and there's 2 or 3 that are going to be on the east. These will help increase the capacity that we have within our detention ponds. It'll help us maximize the use of these detention ponds. These weir structures, along with the culvert crossings, will have SCADA controls, which will give us levels to further monitor and better understand our drainage system in the city. The letting of these projects is probably going to take place in November and December of this year. So we're looking to begin construction on most, I'd say the West Brownsville is probably going to be one of the first ones around February. We should begin construction as part of the West Rail Trail. We did a portion of the crossing so we wouldn't have to cut the trail open. A portion of this line will run parallel with the West Rail Trail. On the Four Corners Detention Pond, we're estimating to start construction around March. The culvert crossings will probably begin construction also around February timeline.
I'm seeing here on the Four Corners detention pond, that's going to include a walking trail and splash pad. Where exactly is that going to be located?
It is behind the easiest place to, it's right next to the other detention ponds that are out there. It would be northeast of Porter, south of Burton. It's really south of the intersection of Four Corners. I don't have a map with me. The detail on the bottom is the actual plan itself.
It's not the area on Owens?
It's west of Owens.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's, well, the Butterfly Garden is the property on the lower right-hand corner of this screen.
And I know it's kind of far, but do you think that that will alleviate any of the flooding that takes place by Egli, Oliveda? But it's kind of connected into that system.
It ties into the North Main Drain. I mean, a lot of these improvements are going to help flooding in other areas because it's going to keep water from our North Main Drain, which is really what drains most of these areas. Once we complete the Impala pump improvements, I think that would really help the area that you're mentioning. Not mentioned on here is the purchase of the pumps because we estimate about a 14 to 16 month lead time on the purchase of the pumps. So we'll probably be coming back to you all January or so for the purchase of those pumps prior to beginning the project, just because of the timeline that they have to acquire the pumps.
When would that be?
I'm sorry?
When would that be?
Those are the Impala pumps?
Yeah, but
The
when?
replacement of the Impala pumps?
The timeline on that, though?
It's on Impala.
No, he's asking when that would
When?
be.
Oh, the construction of it, when? I would say roughly around 2024 early. I mean, it's really going to depend on the time. We were having a lot of setbacks on delays with electronic components on pumps. I mean, on the streets, I've come to you all numerous times for delays on materials. So really forecasting the timeline for especially these, but they're not small pumps that are on the shelf. These are relatively large pumps. The outfall pipes on these pumps are 36 and 42-inch diameter. So they're very high volume pumps. The estimated delivery time we had originally was 12 months, and they've already told us that it's going to be about 16 months. What's delayed this project a little bit was that the construction of East Loop has given us an opportunity to increase the size of the pipes. So we elected to redesign the pump station to increase the pump sizes, knowing that we have that opportunity. So that is what caused this little setback of about 3 or 4 months right now.
Dodo, the parking downtown, how are you doing with the pilot that you put up?
Regarding
parking meters?
The parking meter.
The parking meters, okay. So far, it's a good thing we started with the pilot. We've had the system go down twice, internet connectivity issues. Aside from that, we're just getting, I was fortunate enough to go out there and actually witness 2 citizens trying to utilize them. One of them was having difficulty on using the Spanish language or knowing where the option was. So we're trying to set it up to where it automatically resets to the start screen every time so that they can pick, the first thing to pick would be English or Spanish. And on the second user that I had the experience to be with them, I mean, they seem to use it pretty fine. They understood how it functioned. I think one of the things that we're probably going to change is the time increments. The way it's set up right now, it's in 12-minute increments, and we're probably going to set it up to 30-minute increments, so it's less clicking that you have to do. The ability to pay by phone is really convenient. You can use Apple Pay or Google Pay. You can use your credit cards on it. And I myself have personally tried it with all three payment methods to make sure that I at least know that it worked.
The light extensions, how are we doing with those?
The lights, on November the 11th, we get our delivery for the first 30. As soon as we get those, we're coordinating with PUB for the installation of that. We were originally supposed to get them October 28th, so we have about a week and a half delay on that. But the shipments after that, we're going to come in 30-day intervals, and they have reduced that a little bit to make up for the initial delay that we've had. I think the harder thing for us is going to be during the installation, during the holiday season. It's usually a busier time for downtown, so the coordination might be a little bit different than we would have normally done.
And the street light on Morrison and Laredo. I know that you're having issues with the light. Are you gonna try to put something up that can start blinking?
One of the things that we're working with them is trying to utilize used parts to temporarily get it up and running. We're hoping that we find the equipment necessary to get it operational as soon as possible. Originally, we were supposed to have that operational by the beginning of November, end of October. We don't have the new components in, so we're hoping to get that operational. Very similar issue that we're running into in the West Rail Trail.
Okay, thank you.
Before you leave, Doro, I get requests, and I assume my peers do too, for speed bumps, and they're usually hard to get granted. Is there a way that the engineering and public, or sort of the traffic department particularly, could look into starting a pilot project to see other ways of slowing down residential traffic?
As part of our current policy right now is analyzing other traffic calming options. We're looking at different things as the flashing speed limit signs that you've probably seen on some of the roads now. We have it on Price pretty much permanently right now. The advantage of that is it also gives us data so that we know what the traffic's doing, how it's working. We can monitor how good they're actually functioning. Aside from that, we've also done lane reductions in some areas. So we definitely are looking at alternate measures on how we can reduce speed of traffic. A lot of the times, the incidents we find out, it's a lot of the residents in the area requesting the speed humps that are doing the speeding.
Let me just add to that. While it's good that we're looking for alternate methods, I don't want us to stop putting in speed bumps while we're looking, because we've got a need out there. We hear it consistently from our constituents.
No, definitely. I think
ensure we're moving forward with that.
Definitely considered. One of the things that we are doing is just being a little bit more, abiding more by the policy that we do have in place, and doing as much as we can with the resources that we do have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more piece of feedback, or two more, Helen. When we're talking about, especially with the infrastructure projects,
Okay.
and when we're talking about planning and zoning, this is a much better presentation than some of the things I've seen before with regard to it's easier to understand.
Okay.
And that's very, very important. I know we've had these discussions, but it's important as we put things out, make sure that it's easy for the public to understand, not just that we're rolling out software, but what does that mean to an applicant for a building permit? Not just that we're going to fix drainage in your area, but what does it mean as far as feet of water, how long it'll take to drain, what it means to those homeowners and property owners.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll add that. Thank you.
I have two more things on here. With the sound and vibration ordinance, how are we doing with that? Are we on our way? I mean, I receive an email every day about that. What's going on with that? And on the zoo, I mean, we have a master plan, but have we heard anything back from BISD?
Sir, we have, regarding the BISD expansion, we have reached out numerous times we had a subcommittee of the BISD board and you all. And the next step was to speak about facilities planning for them and also expansion. We have reached out to their facilities and operations staff. Unfortunately, they have not really been responsive to our requests. As you know, the city offered to pay for a facilities master plan on their behalf to get it going. And so we're kind of stuck there. So we will continue to reach out because we want to do this in a very collaborative way. In fact, the zoo master plan includes educational vet courses, those courses that can maybe offer BISD students courses and a pathway towards veterinarian and other types of careers in zoology. I'll let Rick speak to the noise.
Commissioner, we engage the services of Sound Music Study Group out of Austin. They have experience with entertainment districts across the state and other states as well. They've been to town once on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night, monitoring the activity at various entertainment locations, and they're coming up with a list of recommendations. They're scheduled to come back once again for a weekend visit to do additional monitoring and meeting both with the property owners, those that are generating the noise, and those that are the receivers of the noise. And so eventually what they'll have is a list of citywide recommendations for each area that is creating an impact, and come back to the commission with a list of recommendations for an ordinance, as well as carrot and stick approach to how we bring about compliance.
Okay, do you have a time frame on that?
We think we'll be back in 90 to 120 days on the recommendations, and then we'll bring an ordinance soon after that to the commission for adoption. That ordinance will require not only regulatory issues, but there'll be funding for mitigation for some of the private businesses as well.
I have a few questions too. And I'll be really quickly. What's the status of the build out for the restaurant space at the airport? That's not mentioned in the work plan for the airport.
Sure, do we have airport here?
Back of the room.
I know that they're doing the shell, and that's if you've gone through airport, the shell part, but I know that you're working with on your concession agreement.
We have the concession agreement brought before. We're doing reviews on that one. We should have that out on the street, we're hoping, within the next couple of weeks. And then for the concession build out itself should be done, and we're hoping within about 6 weeks.
Okay, good, thank you. Then there were 2 offices planning in the city manager's office that mentioned the Mausium Consultant Services. I was just wondering what those are.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear you.
They're both the work plans for the planning department and for the city manager's office. They both mentioned incorporating museum or Mausium Consultant Services, but I wasn't sure what those are.
Yes, Commissioner, there is a possibility of a new museum within Market Square. So in coordination with the Stillmans and also in coordination with BHA, how could we have an additional museum there? There seems to be foundation money that would be into consideration. So it's a project where we would make sure that we have consultant services that are very specific to the type of museum. So make sure we do it right, and also understand any kind of cost implications. So we're probably gonna go to you in the future with regard to where that project is.
Okay, and then just the last one, and it's more of a comment. In Multimodal's work plan, they mentioned providing for amenities of the West Rail Trail, but I would also like to have them include lighting, benches, or whatever else is necessary for the second phase of the Southmost Trail, which was built out, because it still needs some improvements to make it more friendly for users.
Absolutely, we'll add that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next item, we have status update on next steps related to Commission Single District Redistricting Plan.
Mayor and members of the commission, we engage the services of the Law Office of Rolando Rios to assist the commission with drafting the 2020 redistricting map, and he's here to make a presentation.
Mr. Rios, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rolando Rios. I am a redistricting lawyer and have had the opportunity to redistrict the city of Brownsville for the past several decades. I've done redistricting for the city of San Antonio, Harlingen, West Loco, Harris County, Houston, Dallas, so on and so forth. As you may know, every 10 years, our federal government undertakes probably the second most important task they do next to defense, and that is an effort to count every human being in the United States. It's an enormous effort, but it is a once-in-a-decade process. Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution requires the federal government to count every person every 10 years. We have had 24 censuses since the beginning of our republic. And the census is done every decade year between April 1 and October of the decade year. We've had 24 of them. This decade, in 2020, was the first decade where there was a major pandemic at the same time that the census was being conducted. Created enormous problems for the Census Bureau insofar as getting census takers to take the census. But eventually they did it. We got the census late, but we now have it and we're ready to go. You will recall that in 2010, Texas gained 4 new congressional districts. In 2020, we gained 2 new congressional districts. New York lost one. California lost one. What's interesting is New York lost one because there were 69 people short of getting another congressional district. Remember, every congressional district represents more political power and billions of dollars. The criteria for drawing districts are equalized population. That's rule number 1. We have to equalize the population. And by that I mean it has to be what they call a top to bottom deviation of 10% or less. That's the first law. And the second law, when we draw districts, we cannot dilute the voting strength of racial minorities. Considerations that should be taken, that can be taken when you redistrict, incumbents should be kept in their place. The districts must be compact and contiguous. That is to say, there's no donut holes. They have to be compact and contiguous. And also, we must consider communities of interest when you redistrict. Protecting them is important. This is just a map that I put there of what I call the benchmark plan. Those are your existing districts. I applied the there you go. I applied the census data, the 2020 census data, to your benchmark plan, to your existing districts. And the results were that District 3 is the fastest growing. It's got over 60,000 people. And District 1 was the slowest growing at 32,000. Your top to bottom deviation for the existing districts is 60%. So obviously you will have to redistrict. The way you calculate that is you get your total population, which in Brownsville is 186,738. You divide that by 4, and that is your ideal district. The ideal district is 46,685. The results of the application of the census data to your existing district show that your high, which is District 3, is 60,362. Your lowest is District 1, which is 32,163. You subtract those two numbers and you get a difference of 28,199, which means it's a 60.4% deviation. So you will have to redistrict. And I've been working with some of you on drawing up some various iterations. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. How do you? Okay. And be more than happy to answer your questions.
Are we going to pull up the map? Yeah. Thank you.
another file, that's all.
You want to speak to the?
Yeah. This is what I,
Speak to the map and then
Yeah.
the next.
yes, what you have before you, Mayor and Commissioners, is a particular iteration that I've worked on with input from the elected officials. And this is what I've called Plan Communities of Interest Mod 4. I call it a community of interest because we do try and maintain the integrity of the various communities in the districts. It is a compact district plan. It is contiguous. There are no donut holes, and it is a constitutional plan. This particular, these are some of the other iterations of the various plans that we've made. But the first one is the one that's the latest one, and it's the one that I recommend. But either one of these are acceptable, and I'd be more than happy to work with you on more iterations if you like.
Mr. Rios, just for clarity, which one is it that you're recommending? Is it the first iteration?
Mod 4, yes.
4?
Mod 4.
I'm sorry, just like everybody else, I think we're just trying to figure out which one's which.
You put.
There it
That-
is. That's it.
This is the most recent one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
Mod-
you.
Mod 4 tends to have cleaner lines that make
Right.
it more distinguishable because when I first started serving, the districts were very convoluted. And so a lot of times you had constituents that were like, well, you know, the street one over is District 1, so I'm District 1, and then they would go vote. And I think it's easier to identify the city when the lines are cleaner and the public is better aware of who represents them and is able to find them faster.
Yeah, I just think it's easier to have clean lines when it comes to major streets or intersections and communities, so I know you've worked on this quite a bit, Mr. Rios. I've seen various iterations of this. I haven't really participated or made any suggestions personally, because I serve at large and so do Commissioner Cowan and Gowan, but I know that you've had input from, the other commissioners, so I really appreciate your work, because I know it's been quite a bit of work so far.
Thank you, Mayor. You're very lucky. You get elected at large. Everybody likes you, Mayor.
Depends who you ask. But thank you. Do we have any comments from the commission?
I think the only comment I'd make is, and I think several of us had requested that this be a work session tonight so that the map gets out there into the public, so that the public has time to look at it. And if they have any input, they can come back with that to our next meeting where we'll have our public hearing.
Just recommend that however you put it out, that it clearly identifies which one you are recommending.
The one that I've suggested is,
It's 4, right? Which is the last one that we saw?
yes, it's a Communities of Interest, COI, Mod 4. That's the latest one.
That's the latest one, yeah. And on the next slide, that shows the projected populations or the populations based on this particular map, is that right?
I know the slide in our packet did. Yeah, here it is.
That is the actual, this is constitutional, and this it's actually got the smallest deviation of all the iterations we've suggested to you. This is a 5.3% deviation. I think you've got one that's over 9%. They're all constitutional, but this is, I guess you could say, the one that's got the smallest deviation and allows for your community. This is a fast-growing community. This is expanding. And so this allows for growth. You could, in 5 years, because there's going to be a lot of growth, you could make some modifications to adjust for the deviation. But right now, we're at this point with this census data, and this is the lowest deviation of all the various plans that we've suggested to you.
I know the task was pretty big because I know that District 3 had quite a bit of population that it needed to adjust, and then District 1, I think, was the lowest populated one. So certainly accomplished that, and I think it's clean. So again, like I said, I have no reason to make any sort of additional suggestions. You certainly know what you're doing. You've done a great job. I just want to make sure that the rest of the commission has their input.
One thing I'd point out, and you made a good point there, Mayor, is District 3 has the lowest amount of people, and it's growing, so it allows for your growth.
Yeah, and we did that by design, and one of the things that I mentioned to Mr. Rios was we expect District 3 to continue to grow at an aggressive rate, and we know one of the areas that's going to grow over the next 10 years is probably the Madeira development. So I did ask that that be split between Districts 3 and 4, so that all the growth is not just in one district. We thought that was important.
I always think about you whenever I have to block walk and how you cut the lines, so,
Thank you, Commissioner.
yes.
If that's no questions, and thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Rios, thank you so much.
Thank you for your work.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
This is a consent agenda. Do we have any motions?
Move to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, we have public hearings. Public hearing number 1, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2022-1702-A to amend previously adopted ordinance number 2022-1702, specifically establishing that the full rollback rate returning retail energy and demand charges to October 1st, 2013 rates be effective December 13, 2022 instead of May 3, 2023.
Mayor, Commissioners, there's the PowerPoint. Yeah, next slide, please. Mayor, Commissioners, this item is being presented by the City Attorney's Office. The Mayor and Commissioner Del Santos requested that my team provide any kind of options that might be available to provide residents relief to electric rates. Specifically, the mayor asked whether the city could advance the rollback rate from a date from May 2023 to December 2022. And before I do that, I kind of wanted to go into just a background to kind of provide the foundation for our discussion today. Background is in 2021, around July or August, the city commission initiated RFQ for what is now the TANASCA audit for external auditor. October, November, the city commission, the mayor requested a couple of things. One, asked our legal department to strengthen and enforce the Ethics Advisory Commission, and then also the Audit and Oversight Committee enforcement mechanisms. And in addition, it asked PUB to provide a plan for rollback. Now, in December of 2021, November, December, our office and in conjunction and direction by the city commission also presented those changes to the EAC and the Audit and Oversight Committee. And those were passed, and the external auditor was actually engaged in November of 2021. Now, in 2022, at the beginning of that year, the BPUB board passed a resolution with a recommendation to the city to roll back those rates to 2023 standards. That was in February. And so what you had in March and April was a discussion between the city manager and the general manager for BPUB about how to implement those. And what we come now to today was the passing or the first reading and public hearing in April of 2022, April 19th, 2022. Next slide, please. And that was the first reading for the actual proposed rollback rates. Now, I'm going to discuss a little bit about the charter, the city charter. And what I want to explain is the difference between the city charter and city ordinances. What the city charter does is it's in effect the city's constitution. And so the city's constitution is invoked by and presented and voted on by the residents of Brownsville. And that city charter dates back to 1975. And it had a petition and election amendments in 93, 2000, 2010, and 2021 recently. And so that's a whole process. You can only amend the charter every 2 years. And so really, if a charter revision is recommended, the earliest it could be done is May of 2023. The ordinances are different. Ordinances can be amended at the request of the city commission. Those are kind of statutes or laws. And so what I'll be going over today are actually provisions of the city's charter, which are not to be changed unless it's by a charter election. So BPUB did give options to roll out the 22% on April. It said either immediately, 6 months, or 2 to 3 years. Representatives from PUB were present and advocated for a 2-year phase approach for various reasons, including the impact to CIP capacity and potential impact to the bond rating. I know the mayor and commissioners expressed the urgency to execute the rollback as soon as possible, but ultimately the city commission approved the phased approach advocated by BPUB representatives. But really, in preparation for this item, I know the mayor and Commissioner Dos Santos requested whether the city could do more, and that's really I want to lead our discussion. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to show the city commission what the actual charter says as it relates to reducing the rates further. And as can be seen on your screens, really, it's Article 6 of the charter, Section 1A and B, really go into how those changes to rates can be done. And those were actually done, this was a process that was followed to present the rollback rates by BPUB and as approved by the city commission. And in part, 1A states that the utility board shall have absolute and complete authority and power with reference to control, management, and operation of the power and light, water, sewage systems owned by the city of Brownsville, and the expenditure and application of the revenues of the systems, all of which shall be binding upon and shall govern the utilities board. Then 4B goes on to say that it's the board that periodically will review rates, fees, and charges for services rendered. And in the event that such review reflects the necessity of the adjustment, skipping down, then it says, then the board shall submit to the city commission a report accompanied with a written request for approval and adoption of rates. And that's what the BPUB board did, dating back as the timeline as I shared. And then it says, if the city commission approves the adjustment thus recommended, it shall pass an appropriate ordinance placing such fines, fees, and charges into effect. And essentially, that's what's been done here. So on, in addition to that action that was taken back in April and May, I know the city commission on September 20th had a presentation by BPUB in which it instructed BPUB to come back with additional recommendations, specifically funding systems and other options that would reduce the rates to residents, a waiver or suspension of any additional items or fees. And that is going to be placed on our next agenda, November 1st. With that report, I believe that there was some action taken at the last meeting last night by BPUB regarding that. So that's also coming down. Next slide, please. But what else can the city do further to regulate BPUB under the existing city charter? And I believe one of the public comments from Ms. Flores did make this point that any changes to the charter would have to be done to change these regulations. Again, this is a charter that has not been touched in a number of years. And one of them that I would recommend if it does come up to a charter, a revision, is this section here. Well, I'm sorry, at the next slide, I'll list one, but this one does also further state how the charter has the board operating as its own entity, as a private corporation, even it states there. So the two main powers that are provided to the city under this charter are very limited. And those are the authority to appoint BPUB members under 4C, Article 6, 4C, and then also the removal of one BPUB member every 12 months. I don't know what the intentions at the time were for passing this or putting this on the charter, but nonetheless, next slide, please. As I shared, these can be changed. However, it would just have to be through a charter election. One of the concerns I have is just the highlighted portion here is that it says, City Commission may remove only one member of the BPUB board in any 12-month period of a time and may do so only upon unanimous vote of the entire City Commission. This provision doesn't provide for whether there's any conflicts or abstentions. It just, the language in this provision needs some work. So I'll say that. Next slide, please. We also entertained and researched whether the City Commission could remove officers or employees of BPUB. And so in reading sections 1A and 1H, which says the board shall appoint and employ all officers and employees which may be deemed desirable, including the general manager of the system. And then reading with section 1, we briefly covered that. Again, it has except as otherwise provided in this article, the board shall have absolute and complete authority. And so reading these two together, the city does not have under the charter the authority to remove officers or employees. However, in my research, other cities that own utilities, their charters differ. And in those charters, there are provisions that allow for the appointment and removal of the general manager. However, currently, the way the charter reads, that is not our model. Next slide, please.
Victor, if I could interrupt you, or
Sure.
did I just hear that other cities have similar charters? No.
No.
I didn't hear you.
Right, go back to the previous slide. So City of Lubbock and City of Denton both own their own utility companies. And in both cases, they have a much more, their charter actually allows for much more regulated control from the city to the utility company. In fact, Denton's model, the commission actually serves as the utility board in itself. And then Lubbock, the provision I remember is that they can actually appoint and remove the general manager, but that's in the charter.
Counselor, one more question on this section. Because I know like with the city commission
Go back to the last slide.
and with regard to the city of Brownsville, the auditor, city attorney, and the city manager are the only ones that fall under the purview of the commission for hiring and firing purposes. The way this reads, though, it implies that the PUB board could take action on any employee. Is that correct?
That's correct. Officers or
They're not
employees.
limited to just the GM or the attorney or their auditor. It's anybody on payroll at PUB
That's
could
the way
be
it
terminated
reads.
by the board of directors.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Also, I wanted to report to the city commission, what else can we do, right? In that vein of questioning is, can the city engage state and federal agencies to assist? And I wanted to share with the commission that prior to the public release on the 5th, which was, we had the city commission meeting on the 4th. So prior to the public release on the 5th, I shared with the report with federal agents to ensure that the release would not jeopardize any federal investigations. Federal agents did not have any issues with the release of the audit report. And since then, I've connected CRI with the federal agency and instructed CRI to provide them with any documents they might request. Only state and federal agencies have the jurisdiction to assert any charges against any of those involved. As I have here, the city will continue, the city and the city attorney's office will continue cooperating with all investigative authorities. Next slide, please. So the mid to long-term solutions for the city, we have a short-term solution before the city commission right now, but the mid to long-term solutions for the city is a charter election under the Texas Constitution, Article 11, Section 5. It does limit the the frequency in which you can have charter elections to every 2 years. So the earliest charter election that may occur would be May of 2023. Next slide, please. So again, here today, the question was asked, can the city approve the advance of the rollback date without approval from BPUB? And my recommendation is yes, you can, for the reasons that BPUB did authorize already, first of all, the 22% rollback rate, and it did give the discretion to the city commission as to the timing of that. And it said either immediately, 6 months, or 2 years. It would just require an amendment to that ordinance reflecting that the rollback date be December, I think we have December 13th, 2022, since that coincides with our last city commission meeting for the year. Also, I would recommend that you give staff direction to bring back, you know, the direction that the city wants to go as far as to a charter election, either in May of 2023 or later. And the first step in that would be to kind of engage a charter election subcommittee. That's what I have to present.
I have a quick question. In order to engage the charter election, several steps have to be taken. Like one, this commission would have to establish a charter review committee, right? Are we on track to make sure that we would meet all deadlines by the next possible election in May?
It'd really be pushing it. I would really recommend that if given the amount of work that needs to go into this, I listed maybe 2 or 3 parts of the charter that would need to be amended just because those clauses are vague and just really don't make sense today. They may have in 1975, but not today. So it would take some time. You're really pushing it for May 2023. I would say if you want to do things, you know, thoroughly, then shooting for maybe November of 2023.
But so then this commission would have no authority over the until November.
Well,
Commissioner, your mic
it
is
doesn't
off.
have any right now. I'm sorry. I'll take the question first.
Commissioner, your mic is off.
It's on.
I think the question
mic
was, I think the question was whether the city has authority over PUB. Currently, as the charter is stated, it has those 2 options that it can do. It can appoint members, but after the appointment's done, the charter really ties the hands of the city commission, and it may only remove members 1 every 12-month period and has to be a unanimous decision of the whole city commission.
I know you said it's really pushing it, but personally, as somebody who has sat here through this entire situation, I would like to see it happen in May and as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think that's obvious. I think that's something we need to at least do it as quickly as we can. Is in regards to certain charter initiatives, not just this, but there may be something else, council, that you've identified as being something we need to address. I think the sooner the better. I know that it's quick, but I know that it's every 2 years, so I don't want to miss that opportunity. I don't know whether I guess there's no differentiation between May or November by what we're allowed to do.
Correct.
So I would just say that I know that we have a charter review committee in place already, because I remember appointing a member to that. So I don't know if that shortcuts it a little bit, but.
Well, we can bring it back, because this charter provision, revisions, amendments, elections isn't on. I just want to provide you, because you did ask for any other options that might be available. At the next meeting on November 1st, I can bring a better timeline and recommendations as it relates to that, and possibly an action item for that.
Okay, I think that works.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Is there any calendar year provision, for instance, if we rush to do it in May, which I'm not going to disagree with at all, but if some little detail is missed or we didn't take the time to do we weren't.
Yeah, I
able
have to
accomplish
I have to bring out my election code, but I believe it's like 60 days before the election, you have to post the notice of it. So I think we have like a 30 or 60-day window, probably a 60-day window before the election when we have to make that call. But you can start the process and see how far along you get. And then if you wait till November, you wait till November.
Right, but my question was then going to be if something more needed to be done in May, after May, we'd have to wait 2 more years. We couldn't bring it back in November because it was the same calendar year.
If you go for it and if it gets voted upon in May, then you're locked in
We're locked in for 2 years.
for 2 years, yes.
Okay.
And Counselor, just a point of clarification. Are we limited only to having a charter election in May or November of any calendar year? Or can a special election be
A
held?
special election can be conducted.
So if we don't get it done by May, we could do it July, August, September,
Correct.
whenever we know we're ready and we've dotted the i's and crossed the t's, we could move forward with a special election.
We can, sir, but we also have to look at the costs but we can.
I understand that, but if we're not ready, I don't want to rush something just to get it done in May. And I don't want to tell the people, well, now we got to wait another year because we missed May, even though we know this is urgent. I know we'll have to look at costs, but it's about get it done as quickly as possible, but get it done right.
It's possible, yes.
Sir, don't disrupt the meeting. Just be respectful of everybody, please.
Commissioner, have any other questions?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner De Los Santos. I mean, there's obviously needs to do certain things, but I also want to make sure that it's not just these items, that if there's anything else that we need to take a look at, I want to make sure that we can bring that back for our next meeting and just listen to your recommendations. And then also, the reason that I asked for this to be on the agenda was because, in light of what we found in the audit, I think it necessitated moving this up, especially understanding the struggles that several members of the community are having. PUB did obviously recommend, and I'm on the PUB board as well, so we recommended the 22%. This commission had the ability, like you stated, council, to do it immediately or phased out. We chose the approach to do it based on other recommendations, 11% and then another 11%. But I just don't see how we can justify continuing to keep these rates in place without rolling them back, knowing what we know now. So I felt it was important to accelerate it. Thanks to Commissioner De Los Santos for supporting the item. And for me, it's something that it's easy. It's a no-brainer.
This is a public hearing.
Yes.
Mayor, so-
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? All right, do we have a motion to close?
Motion to close?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Do we have any motions on the item?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a few things. I think this is a great start, but I think we have a lot more to do. I think the charter has to be amended. We need to work on it. I agree with what the mayor and Commissioner De Los Santos said about not rushing it, but I think it's very important for us to get it done. That's it, and I vote aye.
And also, it's important to note what happened last night at the PUB meeting. We did have a discussion on other reductions and other items. One of them that's very important is to cease late fees and disconnections. And the PUB board did approve that at our meeting last night. And that's going to be until, I believe, hi, Mayor Marilyn, correct me, I believe it was February of 2023? Okay. So we did initiate the action yesterday at PUB to stop late fees and disconnections until that time. It now needs to be approved by us. So I would, ask that we put an urgency on that and do it as quickly as we can. It was too late to put on this agenda, but I'd like for it to be on the next agenda or sooner. So I think that's important as well. I know Commissioner Tedrow had mentioned the last meeting, looking at some other fees. I think short-term, this really is important to avoid disconnections. We're hearing a lot of stories regarding disconnections, which is unacceptable, obviously. And then on late fees as well, I think it's important to give some relief to ratepayers over and above the 11% that I hope to do tonight, and continue to look at opportunities and continue to look at ways to find reductions. Thank you.
On that note, Mayor, and I think those are some great recommendations and adoptions by the PUB board. Until it's approved by the commission, is PUB obligated to keep assessing fees and disconnecting?
We do have representatives of PUB here, or if anybody can answer that question, just please come on up and feel free.
Don't all jump at once.
I do not have an answer for that, but I will go back and find out and see what we can do immediately.
If we could, because yeah, if we could suspend those immediately, just pending ratification by the commission, I think that would be a big sigh of relief for a lot of our ratepayers out there who are concerned about possible disconnection looming.
Yes, I didn't make a note during the public speaking, so I will take it back and I'll find out.
Thank you.
Yes,
And if it's only a matter of us ratifying it, then I think I would certainly entertain a special meeting to accomplish that.
Yeah, we just need 48 hours so we could get this done on
Absolutely.
Thursday,
72 hours.
72, Friday.
Can be back Friday.
I have to get my calculator, because it'll be after this meeting. We have to post it, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's have a discussion on that, but as soon as we can.
Commissioner, I'll make sure it's posted as soon as possible and compliant with Open Meetings Act.
All right, we did have a
If
motion
that's
and
the
a,
case, because if we don't need it, then we don't need to meet.
And I'll work with their legal counsel to make sure we do it correctly.
okay.
Yeah.
We do have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
I just have one additional comment. I know PUB has the $29 million of, in the Tenasca equity account that was collected from the increase, right? But there is a component that the city of Brownsville received from the rate increases as well during that time. And I think if the PUB board decides to give that money back to the ratepayers, the city should do its part in calculating that it's the ratepayers' money. So we need to figure out how to do that. I know it's complicated, but I'm sure it's possible.
I'm with you on that.
Any additional discussion from the commission?
Just want
On that note-
I understand everyone's frustration and the desire to see things happen really quickly, but there's rules about notification, giving people due process. And so if it looks like we're not moving fast enough, it's because there's these rules and guidelines that are set in place to give everyone an opportunity to do what they need to do. PUB should be given an opportunity to respond. The people who work at PUB should be able to respond. And just because this report came out does not mean that it's the final word of truth. It's one version. They are entitled to provide their own version. And so we'll decide what is the most appropriate course of action as more information becomes available. But we are working as quickly as we can and within the rules and what the law provides.
On that note, I do think it's important for everybody out there to know that we are working on trying to get this resolved as soon as possible. We want the monies that are available to be allocated to the correct spots. We want the disconnections to stop. Thank you, Mayor and PUB board on that. I think we all want the same thing. It's just a matter of time to get it done.
And regarding the $29 million equity fund that's still available, we did go over some possibilities with that last night and how that would have an effect on the average bill cost as well. And I'm anticipating that we did have a full discussion of that last night. Mike gave us a great rundown on that and what impact that would have on the average bill. And that's something I'm anticipating we're going to take action on as a PUB board at our next meeting as well. All right, we did have a first and a second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Second, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2022-1710 to annex into the city of Brownsville boundary limits of property described as being 2.00 acres of land, more or less, out of Block 155 El Jardín subdivision, Espiritu Santo Grant, located near the intersection of Old Port Isabel Road and Morrison Road. Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a voluntary annexation to incorporate 2 acres of land into the city of Brownsville. Just to provide a little bit of background, this is part of a subdivision that was annexed about 2 months ago. they need to add an additional 2 acres to provide proper detention. And so for this reason, the property owner is making the petition. So this 2 acres is going to be the detention for a future single-family residential development of 125 lots. And this is fronting Old Port Isabel Road. Next slide. And so this is just the authority provided by Chapter 43 of the Texas Local Government Code, the process through which we go through as a department to incorporate this property. We require a voluntary petition to annex, written service agreement, public hearing, proper noticing of annexation in the newspaper, and noticing to school districts and public entities. Next slide. This is the aerial map, and this is the property in yellow. Next slide. As you can see, this is a subdivision, or the main portion of the subdivision that was previously annexed a couple of months ago. And the area highlighted, or in a red boundary, is what's going to be incorporated as the additional 2 acres. Next slide. So the recommendation is to annex the 2 acres of land into the city of Brownsville.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who's wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We have a motion on the item.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, public hearing number 3, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2022-024 to rezone from residential estate to residential suburban for the south 5 acres of block 143, El Jardín subdivision, shares 19 and 27, Espiritu Santo Grant, located at 3349 North Central Avenue. Planning and Redevelopment Department.
The request for this property is to upzone from residential estate to residential suburban. The proposed use will be a duplex subdivision. It will consist of 17 lots approximately. This property is fronting North Central Avenue. Next slide. This is the aerial view. There were 25 mailouts and 0 written opposition. Next slide. This is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential single family and some residential estate. There is also the extraterritorial jurisdiction to the east. Next slide. This is a street view property. Next slide. Another aerial view. And P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from residential estate to residential suburban, R2.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here on this item? Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Do we have any motions on the item?
I'll make the motion to approve. Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in
I
favor?
have one question for
Yes.
staff on this, and because my concern always when we see neighborhoods that were single family and then they convert to duplex or multifamily, the streets are always a problem because we tend to see more parking on streets when you've got multifamily units. This being something that's going to be constructed brand new, are there standards for wider roads in a neighborhood like that we know is going to be multifamily units?
Well, they just have to comply with the local street cross-section. Being that it's going to be a duplex subdivision, duplexes are still considered a residential use, not necessarily a multifamily use. So they will have parking on the property itself. We can have additional measures such as adding notes to the plat prohibiting street parking to ensure proper flow of traffic and emergency response vehicles in the event of an event.
Now and that's maybe something to think about for the future for ordinances as well, just because I've seen that where once you have parking on both sides, you're limited to one car squeezing through and it's difficult in some neighborhoods.
Definitely.
Thank you.
And Commissioner De Los Santos, so that you know, when you do duplexes, the lots are bigger. So essentially you end up getting fewer lots per street than if it's single family. But just something I've learned from experience.
We did have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2022-025 to rezone from residential single family and regional center to residential transition for 11.58 acres comprised of 2.98 acres out of a 3.753 acre tract out of a 5.6 acre tract of the abandoned sugar mill spur of the Missouri Pacific Railroad out of Share 22 Espiritu Santo Grant and 8.6 acres out of Block 1 Media Luna subdivision located near Lorinary Drive.
So this property currently has a combined zoning of residential, single family and regional center. In order to establish the multifamily development that the property owner is proposing, they require a residential transition zoning. This property is fronting Lorinelli Drive. Next slide. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 79 mailouts and no opposition. Next slide. And this is the zoning map. What predominates in the area is regional center. There is some residential single family to the north, commercial corridor, and residential suburban to the south. Next slide. This is a street view. This is actually where Lorinelli ends and where the cul-de-sac is. There's actually dedicated right-of-way that continues and that will provide access to the property. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the property. Next slide. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval to rezone from R1 RC to residential transition R3.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? Come on up. Just wait, just when you get to the podium, please. Come on up. Come on up to the podium, please.
Just wanting to know, because that area right there, if I understand Lauren Alley, has a lot of medical. So where are you going to be putting residential transition?
Can we go to the slide before? Was that your only comment?
Oh, and name for the record also. Just
I'm sorry.
announce your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Never done this and I wasn't prepared, but Patty Ayala,
Thank you.
resident Brownsville.
Thank you. All right. So you heard Ms. Ayala's comment, and that's kind of the same question I had. I was just trying to figure out where exactly this was. So I appreciate you going back to
The
this map.
nursing, there's several nursing homes, there's doctor's offices, it's all more business. And
Yeah, if you
so
see-
at the end of the cul-de-sac, you're gonna put an access road and you're gonna put residential?
It's going to be a multifamily development.
So again, what Royce said earlier with regard to traffic, how is that all gonna work? Because it's only one way in and one way out on that road.
And it's a very dangerous exit too with the expressway.
Yeah, the only access in is through the frontage road.
Yeah.
Just to address that concern, and this is something that the developer did mention for the future of the development. They do intend to buy property that would give them access to Alton Glore. But it's not part of the immediate development per se.
So no plat or design has been approved. It's simply rezoning at this point.
Well, no, we have not approved or issued out a permit yet. They're wanting to see if this is going to be approved before they can actually put more funds into the project.
And would the access, now I'm a little bit better oriented here. The access would be through Lorinelli, is that correct? Because I thought that, and forgive me for this, but I thought that the portion on the bottom that was rectangular was actually a road, but it's clearly not. So the only access I see that's kind of pre-established is Lorinelli. So would the intent be that the access go through there?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And being that the owner does have additional property, is there any other place where ingress and egress can be achieved, or is that the only place through Lauren Alley?
For now, that would be the only place until additional property is purchased.
Okay.
And if I could ask a question, this is directed to Helen, and I'm not sure if you recall discussions that we've had or if you're able to answer right now. But I know we've talked about property acquisition and creating roads so that there's traffic flow in that medical district. Would that affect this parcel at all? If you're able to tell.
Photos here as well, we were looking at the drainage ditch, covering the ditch itself and accessing it through a drainage ditch and then accessing it to already existing right of way. So not taking additional land, but using the right of way that we had so that it could be more feasible.
Yes, and to add to this, to the information on this case, what's on the ground right now and what's represented as we speak for the street of Lauren Alley, the cul-de-sac, yes, it does end there, but on the plat or on the survey that's provided for this development, the right-of-way continues and actually the property has access to Lauren Alley. It actually goes in. And so also for the traffic patterns are a little bit different than what is established by the medical facilities. It's more of a morning and evening as people who reside in the development commute to and from work.
Okay, anybody else on this item? Do we have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. I'm sorry, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have any motions on the item?
I'm very torn because of the traffic situation, but I do want development. So
How many homes would theoretically go in there?
The density is 30 units per acre. That's allowed by right by that particular district. Now, they haven't proposed yet if they're going to be at that cap. Their first intention was that it was going to be lower, but not yet specified.
is there a way that well, and I'm not suggesting any of the other commissioners do this, this is my question, that something be worked out before this is brought before us on such, because I would hate to deny it. I would hate to vote no.
You can certainly table the item and allow us to go back and work with the developer on his access if you're concerned about the limited access. I think what Martin was trying to share on the traffic patterns, the trip generation for the apartment complex, let's assume it's a 300 unit apartment complex, and we don't get very many of those in Brownsville. They come every 5 or 6 years maybe, but assuming it's a 300 unit apartment complex, that would be 600 trips a day leaving the apartment complex, and the people that are arriving at the offices would come in the opposite direction. So you really wouldn't have everybody arriving at the site at the same time. Some would be leaving and some would be arriving. So I'm not overly concerned about the impact of the multifamily project on the flow of traffic through the site, but we certainly could, commission's desire is to have us work with the developer. We would go back and talk to him about providing additional access and then bringing back the zone change for you at a future date.
We have any motions?
I'll move to table.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, item's tabled. Thank you.
Next item, we have public hearing number 5, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2022-027 to rezone from residential estate to residential transition for 3.54 acres of land, more or less, in tract 24, share 19, Paredes Partition, Subdivision B, Espiritu Santo Grant, located at 995 Old Port Isabel Road.
Very similar to the previous case, this will be, or the intention of this rezone from residential estate to residential transition will be to establish a multifamily development. It is fronting Old Port Isabel Road, very near or close to the intersection with Price Road. Next slide. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 18 mailouts and 0 written opposition. Next slide. This is a zoning map. There's a mixture of zonings in the area. There's commercial corridor, residential transition as well, residential single family, and residential estate. Next slide. And so this is a street view of the property. Next slide. An aerial view. And TNZ did recommend approval to rezone from residential estate to residential transition R3.
Is this, can you go to the prior slide? Is this particular property, I know it's a portion of a larger piece, right?
Right, so what happened is the parent tract is 9 acres. The applicant purchased 3.54 acres, and they're currently looking to purchase the remainder of the land.
Okay, so what's before us is a portion that's been purchased.
Correct.
So there's no, it's already been carved out or subdivided or whatever's required?
They're undergoing the plating process currently.
Undergoing what?
They're under the plating process.
Okay,
at
so,
this time.
so as of right now, then it's not subdivided, it's not separate.
Well, it's separate through meets and bounds because it was purchased through meets and bounds, but it still has to meet the subdivision requirement in order for us to permit it.
And that was really what I was trying to figure out. If it's been separated officially, you say it's been done by meets and bounds, so
Right.
that portion is good. Okay.
Right.
And there is no opposition from any of the neighborhoods nearby?
No, I mean, because we have the Resaca as a natural buffer, and then to the south or southeast, I'm sorry, southwest, we have a large multifamily development, so it's already a use that's within the area.
Yeah, my concern was just if it was already kind of separated from the larger piece, it has been, so I understand. All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? All right, do I have a motion to close?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have any motions on the item?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, we have public hearing number 6, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2022-235.101 to amend the Unified Development Code, section 3.1.5, exemptions to plating and dealing with related matters.
So this is a text amendment that was recommended and initiated by our Planning and Zoning Commission. Currently, our code and through the authority of the Texas Local Government Code provides an exemption to plating, the option to apply for what we call a determination certificate. Now, in order to qualify for this plating exemption, there are very specific requirements that the property has to meet. Primarily, one of them primarily being that the boundary of the property cannot change within a particular time frame. And this time frame is established by the date September 1st, 1995. That's what our ordinance has as the limit date. And so there are additional requirements of access to water and utilities, wastewater, and access to a public right-of-way, basically ensuring that the property is not landlocked. So the purpose of this ordinance is to establish a new date and just to be more in line with the practices of other municipalities across the state. Other municipalities establish the limit date on when the first subdivision ordinance was established by the city. So in our particular case, our first subdivision ordinance was established on March 30th, 1971. So another reason is to proactively create the real estate market and to create predictability. Also to establish and ensure that there's compliance with the UDC, that there's compliance with right-of-way dedications, drainage, open spaces. And so it just adds to the importance of plating in order to improve the quality of land within the city. Next slide. And so, as I mentioned, the authority comes from the Texas Local Government Code, section 212.0115. And so it provides authority to municipalities to incorporate into the code, which in our case is the UDC, and where we outlined what requirements are needed in order to qualify for this exemption. And so unless the criteria is met, then the property owner would have to plat the parcel that they own. Next slide. And so again, the importance of platting is to create a stable and predictable and transparent real estate market. And it's a single workflow to coordinate engineering of roads, dedication of right-of-way, drainage, water, wastewater, electrical service, easement recording, et cetera. Next slide. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend the approval of this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here on this item? Do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have any motions on the item?
To approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action to award cultural and tourism grant funds for round 2 to community nonprofits as funded through the American Rescue Plan Act. City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I will be presenting the Culture and Tourism Fund, Round 2. With me today, we have our GrantWorks team who have been working closely with us throughout this process, along with other ARPA projects to ensure eligibility. For an overview, the City of Bronzeville has received $65.3 million in ARPA funding to combat the ongoing impacts of COVID-19 in the community. Many nonprofit arts and cultural organizations and tourism-related organizations had to cease operations or had their operations severely diminished due to the mandated closures. As such, the city has allocated $2.62 million to this fund. $1.29 million was awarded to 8 organizations in round 1. $1.32 million remains from round 1, and applicants from round 2 have requested a total of $1.29 million. Next slide. Here are key dates regarding the process. On June 15th of 2022, the application was open for applicants to apply. An in-person informative session was held on June 22nd, and a virtual informative session was held on June 29th. The application closed on July 18th. The committee met several times to discuss applications and funding, and I want to thank them for their time and their dedication to this process.
Thank you.
I would also like to provide information regarding beneficiaries under ARPA. Under ARPA and the interim final rule, recipients may use coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds to aid and assist households, small businesses, nonprofit organizations, and impacted industries, including hospitality, travel, and tourism that experience negative economic impacts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The CTG application process evaluated negative economic impacts between April 1st of 2020 and March 31st of 2021. Awarding the funds under a beneficiary agreement allows the organization to use the funds flexibly to meet operational needs related to business, interruption costs, restart costs, operation staffing expenses, and delayed capital projects due to closures, cancellations, and economic hardship caused by the pandemic. Four applications were received and are being recommended for funding by the committee. The organizations being recommended for funding are the Bronzeville Museum of Fine Art, Camille Playhouse, the Midi Cultural District, and Mr. Amigo. The total of recommended funding is at $866,529.66. Considering the recommended funding, a total of $460,117.12 remain. We have also included the original request on this slide. I'd also like to, to the previous slide. I'd also like to note that the committee consisted of 5 voting members and utilized a scoring metrics to help provide objective measures. Okay, next slide. So here we have brief descriptions of proposed projects that are being recommended for funding. The proposed projects touch on business interruption costs, restart costs, operation and staffing expenses to hold high-profile fundraising events, and delayed capital projects due to closures, cancellations, and economic hardship. So for the Bronzeville Museum of Fine Art, this includes safety, sanitation measures, staff, exhibits, and repairs to the roof and drainage. For the Camille Playhouse, this includes staff, improvements to AC units, repairs to the Di Stefano room, repair, and signage. For the Midi Cultural District, this includes the Midi Cultural District Fundraising Gala, the public event, and an annual drive mailer, along with operations. For Mr. Amigo, this includes events, travels, and building improvements. Next slide. Considering the funding recommendations made by the committee, we are also proposing recommendations for the remaining funds. An option is to allocate the funds to other ARPA projects such as Los Tomates Nature Preserve Stormwater Retention for the Town Resaca and North Main Drain System to create a constant draw for the Impala pumps. This project has a funding gap of about $3 million. The other option is to have a round 3 for CTG. If we were to have a round 3 for CTG, the application cycle would be focused on the timeline of April 1st, 2021 through March 30th, 2022 for losses and economic harm. Thank you, City Commission, and this is for your consideration and action for the recommendations proposed by the committee.
Mayor, if I may, I have a first question for council. On that last recommendation about remaining funds going to a stormwater project, because of the way this is worded on the agenda for today, would we be at liberty to consider that, or would that have to come back and be a separate agenda item?
If there's other questions, give me a chance to kind of think about that one and I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right, this is an action item. So do we have any motions?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion?
I'd like to, I know that this is all within the rules, and the only rule in this one was that if you were awarded in the first round, then you can't apply for the second round because you have an open application.
Yes.
But if you're also getting money from HOP funds and there's an MOU with the city, I realize it's within the rules, but maybe we need to change those rules because we see the same applicants then getting the money. And there's a lot of small nonprofits that make our community so special that they don't have the manpower or maybe the knowledge about these programs. And they could use the money too, maybe even smaller amounts would help them a lot. So I just want to see if we can tighten that up for the next.
Yes, that's a great point. And another item that I'd like to mention is that before we have them sign contracts or agreements, we will request a final budget that matches with the approved amount that will have to fall under the original proposal of objectives. And on the agreement, it states that it cannot duplicate efforts, right? So if this funding is going to go to, for example, an event, they can't use the same monies from other sources for that.
I think Commissioner Galansky's point was more along the lines of, we see a lot of the same ones applying. So I think it's really an awareness, about awareness. So I would encourage y'all to just put more information out there. There are some entities that may hold events that we know could at least apply, right? If we put the information out there and they don't apply, that's on them. But I just think that there should be a little bit more effort to be made on awareness, especially with some of those entities that already are holding events with the city. Otherwise, I appreciate y'all's work. Thank you. We did have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion?
Thank you for your work. This is not an easy job. I would say that a lot of these types of things used to go to BCIC not that long ago. And BCIC was the place that an organization could go for things that didn't fit anywhere else, for lack of a better way to describe it. Since BCIC has changed and shifted, and that's not a criticism, but it's a reality, we're seeing these types of requests come to different places like this one. So I just think that if we really want to provide as many avenues or outlets or buckets as possible, we should look at that overall group of buckets that includes BCIC as well as sections such as this. Thank you.
On that note, she's talking about BCIC. We have $400,000. This ARPA says it's also used to assist households, small businesses, nonprofits. I mean, we may look into that as an option as well, giving some of this money to BCIC, where a lot of these small businesses have been going. I know they had something for like $10,000 in the past, $5,000 in the past. All those programs really go a long way. So I think that'd be a good option.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
a very good option, and I saw it work for many years.
And Mayor, I'd like to add to your point about, we see a lot of the same organizations coming back. I do want to point out that both regard to the hot tax and even ARPA, we've got new organizations that we had never seen before who applied this year. And some of them were given the third degree, even though for 20 years, 30 years, they never applied. Now they come forward and people were coming down on them with the hammer. So that's part of our problem also.
Yeah.
We're going to scare people away because they're like, if I'm going to get treated like that, why would I want to come before the city commission?
Sure, and it's, it's just really about the process, and I appreciate that we certainly have a responsibility to try and encourage this type of development in our city and encourage these nonprofits to continue doing good things in our community. Just really about trying to make sure that more apply so we can really try and help more organizations.
Spread the wealth.
Right?
Absolutely.
Exactly. All right, those in favor?
Commissioner Del Santos, for the record, I'm okay with the agenda language as it was said.
Say that one more
You had
time.
a question about the language?
Because of the way the language reads today, like if we wanted to allocate that extra money that's left over, is that something we could do today, or because it's not part of the guaranteeing the grant to the organizations, like the way the agenda
It's
item?
not part of the presentation, but it's broad enough to where you could.
Okay, good to know.
So do you?
Well, commissioners.
I don't want to amend it because I like
Yeah.
the other ideas you guys put forward about
Yeah.
working with BCIC and grants.
Yeah,
So
I think it'd be good to maybe have some recommendations come back.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we did have a motion and a second to approve as recommended. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion we have one, nay. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, we have consideration and action to approve the 2023 City Commission meeting schedule. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Yoli. I'm here to present the City Commission meeting calendar for next year. As you may see, the City Commission meeting dates are highlighted in yellow, and the holidays are in turquoise. I know that usually in July, you like to hold one meeting, but it's up to you all how you wish to approve this calendar.
That was the first thing I looked at because I know that July is always an issue. You knew too. I still see 2 meetings on there. I know Commissioner Gowan for sure enjoys her travel time in July, and I think we all need to respect the fact that we do need to take a little bit of time. We're always open to having special meetings if necessary. I think we did that last year. Y'all always hit us with budget meetings in August, which I don't see on there. That's a little trick. But I know that we're gonna have all those crazy budget meetings in August. So I would like to see July down to one. Whether that's the 11th or the 25th, I'll leave it up to the discretion of the commission. But I think we can narrow that down to one. And otherwise, I personally didn't have any other issues, other than, I know that last year we also had an issue with February and Charter Days week. I know Commissioner De Los Santos had an issue with that week being a meeting day. Commissioner, I don't know if that's an issue again for you.
That is the week that we set up the park, but just like last year, this is my priority, so I would be here if we do meet on the 21st.
Okay.
With respect to July, perhaps consider removing the 25th since we have one the very next week on the 1st. And you could always, as you say, if there's always a need for a special meeting, then.
Sure.
it's not a
Okay.
problem.
Well, I would then probably I would suggest then removing the 25th from the
Of
calendar
July.
of July.
I think it's like funny, the year I leave is the year that you finally cut down to one meeting in July.
We did it last year too, I think.
No,
We didn't?
no.
I tried.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional comments or suggestions on this? All right, then I would make a motion to approve the calendar as suggested with the exception of July 25th to remove that.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Next item, we have item number 3, consideration and action to authorize change order number 2 in the amount of $200,883 to TEDSI Infrastructure Group for the Brownsville Los Fresnos Hike and Bike Trail Phase 1 and Phase 2. CSJ number 0921-06-322 and 0921-06-324.
Mayor City Commission, good evening. We have before you a change order to a current project that we've been working on for some months now. We had some issues with right-of-way with the original alignment as identified in the Trails and Sidewalk and Trails Master Plan. Thanks to staff and the Texas Department of Transportation or TxDOT, we were able to find a solution. They are allowing us to use the right-of-way along Paredes to continue the project. To make sure that these funds don't lapse. It is $1 million of Category 9 TxDOT and RGVMPO funding that will be used for this. This change order is to start working on the new alignment. Because the new alignment is a quick shorter. Next slide, please. The item in red and blue was the old alignment. The new is the green and the aqua. Because it is a shorter distance, it is a savings to the city in construction. The original plan was to construct the 1.2 miles at a engineer's estimate of about 2.5 million. The new alignment will come out to roughly 1.28 million. And so we are required a 20% match. And so that decreases substantially the requirement for the match. And so this change order of 200,000 will help us get there.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Gowan?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'm
Thank you.
going to abstain, sorry, from this one because I might be conflicted out since it goes by my property.
Okay, we did have one abstention. Motion passed. Thank you. Thank you.
Next item, we have item number 4, consideration and action to award a contract for public funds depository services for the city of Brownsville FDS-98-0922. Table
evening.
from October the 4th, 2022.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Lupe Granados, Finance Director. This is basically a depository contract for city's public funds. The city went out for requests for proposals. Legal advertisements went out to Brownsville Herald 2 times in the month of July 24th and 31st. There were 3 addendums that were processed. Pre-proposal meetings were held on August 4th and August 18th. Total of 4 submittals were received, and they were acknowledged by a procurement division. The 4 banks that responded are listed on there. Next slide. Part of the proposal, there was a scoring criteria that was there. The evaluation committee got the proposals and they evaluated based on this scoring criteria that's listed on the left-hand side. The scoring criteria was listed on the right-hand side. Chase and PNC was the highest ranked banks based on the proposals that were submitted. Next slide, please. After the four proposals were submitted, best and finals offers were requested of the two highest ranked banks on here. On the right-hand side, you'll see the analysis, short analysis of the difference of what was the difference in these proposals. Basically, they checked off all the boxes towards the bottom. Where they were a little bit different were on the interest earnings, earnings, and the annual estimated fees that they would charge. Now, one of the items on here that we just forgot to note is Chase is offering 18 months waiver of fees up to a total of $70,000, and PNC is offering a waiver of the first full year of fees for the first year. We just didn't, it was taken into account when we did the evaluations, we just didn't note it on this particular slide.
So then how would that affect the estimated annual fee? Can you go back? So then that would mean that the estimated annual fee would be zero for JP Morgan?
Yes, for JP Morgan and for PNC, both of them would be zeros for that small period of time. Year 2, 3, and 4, these would be the estimated costs. Next slide, please. This is a quick analysis of the, if we maintain the average collective bargaining, collective balance on these accounts on an annual basis, basically our revenues would exceed our monthly expenses of about $174,000 for year 1 on JP Morgan, and on PNC, it would be $104,000. So different revenue recognition on there. Next slide, please. A recommendation is to award a contract depository service to the city, for the city of Brownsville to a responsive and responsible vendor, JP Morgan Chase. Upon approval, the contract would commence and expire 5 years, October 2027. Have any questions?
I did have one concern, Lupe, I know that we did receive some concerns about the annual fees and the potential waiver of annual fees and how that may be affected by other banks. So I just wanted to make sure that that was looked into fully and that we had a real analysis of how everybody stacked up on the reviews and on the point system. So I know that you just pointed out to us that that wasn't taken into account on the presentation. So I just want to make sure, and I am a little concerned about whether or not that was taken into account on the evaluation itself.
The adjustment was a best and final offer. We ranked the 4 banks. Only the last 2 were asked to give a best and final offer because they were based on their best and final offer. That's when they presented that they would be waiving the fees on there, and that was taken into consideration by the committee.
And I mean, I'm not necessarily sure that I like that. Best and final opportunity only given to 2 as opposed to all of them once you narrowed it down. I don't know if that's common. I just want to make sure the process is fair. I always prefer local if possible, whenever possible. I just want to make sure that it was all taken into account when it was evaluated as far as the fees and waivers and everything else, because this is public funds, so I just want to make sure that we fully evaluated it.
And I can assure you that we did fully evaluate it. Again, the request for proposal process is we basically put out what kind of service we want. We set up the criteria and we let the responders provide how they're going to be providing the services based on the criteria we had. The only thing that committee members have is the responses they have in front of them, and they have the scoring criteria, and they go through them and they look at them to make sure that they properly evaluated, did they respond to a certain criteria measure. Based on that, the evaluation of the committee, 2 were actually the highest ranked. They were more comprehensive information. Yes, there might have been some areas where some of the banks exceeded the, rates and other, but there were other areas that they didn't fare that well. So that's why only the two highest ranking firms were requested to give us a best and final offer. The best and final offer, we got fee waivers and we got incremental increases in the interest rate that would give us.
You said it was the top two that were given that option to do that?
Yes, sir.
Any reason that we didn't extend it to all four?
I believe they're in the process of request for proposals. You rank them and you negotiate with the two top ranked.
Okay. Any other comments or concerns from the commission?
Yeah, I have, I received that email as well. And I did see that the interest rate was a lot better than what is proposed on this. I would actually like to, if we don't have that information, to table this and give our opportunity to see how that would run with all four of them, what the money would be.
Let me refer to procurement to make sure, I don't know if we are able to do that at this stage. Again, there's a formal process that we go through and the process is you negotiate with the highest ranking ones. And to elaborate a little bit about that, yes, they did have a much better interest rate on there, but their submitted proposal was not very comprehensive.
Now,
The report
was the information just hard to read, or was it?
It was very light, to say it lightly. There was not much other than, are you able to do this? Yes. Are you able to do that? Yes. Are you confirmed with this? Yes. When the other applicants had very comprehensive responses, we're going to be doing, this is how we're going to be addressing this particular matter. This is how we're going to be addressing this particular matter. Again, the committee only has what we have in front of us.
No, of course. I mean, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out, like the mayor said, I would like to go local as many times as we could. And I think that's important. We keep the money in Brownsville. We keep it in the community. So that's just important for me. And that's the reason I'm asking what can be done, or is there anything still available?
Good afternoon, Commissioner and Mayor. This is Carol Vasquez with Procurement. And it is normal protocol that we will select the top two in an RFP process and have them to come in and do their best and final offer, as well as their presentation. Unfortunately, now that this RFP, the results of it have went public, we would not have the option to go back and request from the other two vendors for their best and final offer. We would only be able to reject the bids and start the process all over.
Yeah, that was my concern, is because it was a best and final, they basically put everything out there. It becomes public information and everybody else now knows what that best and final is. I understand that. So that was my concern as well once I heard that.
But also, how good are these proposals? You said something about 90 days.
And 90
does
days,
it
these
expire?
proposals submitted are good for 90 days, basically till next commission meeting.
Yes, we have until November the 26th to make a decision whether or not to pass or reject all bids.
I didn't hear that last part. I'm sorry. Can you say that again, Carol, please?
Yes, sir. We have until November the 26th to determine whether we're going to reject all bids or approve the current contract that's in front of you.
Okay.
If it goes beyond that time period, they're automatically rejected.
Isn't there a local preference rule that you can invoke?
Commissioner, I
For
think something's wrong with
vendors.
your mic. It's on, but
I think
can't
you've
hear.
got it pushed far back from you, because you are very
Can you
hard to
hear
hear.
me better now?
There you go.
Yep.
Sorry, my Diet Coke was in the way.
Yeah, move it forward.
Mike Police, remember.
Mike, please.
I think with
Yes.
regard to local vendor,
You can consider local vendors as part of the evaluation process.
I guess that's the thing. If you'd like us to reject it and start over, there can be a change in type and eligibility requirements, perhaps include a local preference or local regional banks as a preferential eligibility criteria.
But isn't there there's a rule that you can choose a local if it's within a certain percentage? We're not taking the
So the proposals are submitted. This is a recommendation by staff. Technically, they have to recommend the top two because of the scoring system. But it's the city commission's discretion to determine which one provides the best value to the city. Considering local, putting money back into the local community, and other considerations that may be available. Staff's just recommending what they have to.
Commissioner, and we can bring back more information if you want to have more information of the other vendors on the November 1st meeting. I think it's still before November 28th. And just bringing you back more information based on the questions you're asking, and then you can make a decision then whether you want to move forward or reject or give staff direction on how you move forward.
And let me just say
Because it seems like there's more questions.
before we move on that, to finance, and one of the things that gives me pause, and I understand the answer about just getting yes or no answers versus getting very comprehensive answers. My concern would be, and I'm playing devil's advocate, because I've seen how you guys work, you're very thorough, and I trust that. But when we're talking about scoring based on those answers, I worry that if you ask me a yes or no question and I gave you a yes or no answer, and then you ask my competitor a yes or no question and they gave you a yes or no answer plus, well, I answered the question, I'm in delivering the service and telling you I can deliver the service you're asking for, but it sounds like my competitor got a higher score because he went on beyond yes and no, even though my answer was still yes, that I can deliver the services you're looking for. I think that's where I'm a little uneasy, is if that is affecting the scoring. It's not that they're not able to provide the services.
Yes, it does affect the score because again, the evaluator only knows what they have in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
When you have comprehensive responses to the services that are being requested, say we need all these items, we don't know the vendors.
Right.
Will they all be able to do the provide depository services? Yes, they are. But the scoring method is the evaluator has to look and base the scoring on what they have. And if, that is a process that we need to evaluate on. Because other than that, we would go through a bid. So just give me your bid. How much you charge me? What's the interest rate? Which is sometimes not in the best interest of the city because the service levels that you're expecting are not going to be there. So during this process, you look at the service levels. So if somebody's giving you a comprehensive and they're already at that point on the proposal, they're giving you their best per se. There's something to value there.
Who are you banking with now?
Excuse me.
PNC.
Okay. So if for some reason there's no decision made today, I don't know what's going to happen, but we just continue with the incumbent.
Right now, we have a 90-day extension with PNC. It was,
Okay.
got approved, so it got approved in October, so I'm figuring the end of December.
Okay.
But there is a transition period on changing depositories. We wouldn't want to change depositories if it was up to us, but going through this comprehensive process, we need to get what we feel is the best value for the city. There is a lot of significant work that goes behind the scenes, opening up about 70 checking accounts, all the routing numbers, all the bank information has to be really, that's a lot of work for us, but we take their responsibilities a little bit there.
Mayor,
Thank
Commissioners,
you.
this is Mike Barajas, Procurement Contracting Coordinator. A couple more
I didn't
items.
hear you, sir. Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
This is Mike Barajas, Procurement and Contracting Coordinator for City of Brownsville. A couple things on kind of,
Coordinator for the city of Brownsville.
yes.
Okay.
Procurement.
Yeah, Mike, you got to speak up.
Procurement Contracting Coordinator for the City of Brownsville, Mike Barajas. To elaborate on Mr. Granados was saying about what was submitted, right? The evaluation criteria does clearly define what we are looking for in the response, right? So it is not just asking for a yes or no. It does have a clear evaluation as well as the number of points that are given for each. So that, in our experience, we've never had a vendor that submitted simple yes or no's when it's something as elaborate as this. That's one thing. Two, as far as the local vendor preference, Uh, Traditionally, that would be for more of a straight bid, goods, not so much services. There's also dollar thresholds on that. Construction projects under 100,000, any other projects under 500,000. So that does not apply so clearly here. And then, as you did say, the issue with the fact that now this, other vendors now know our best and final offer of our top two. And the reason why we only go with the top two, after that first round of evaluations, we do pick the top two, or in some cases three, depending on how many submittals we receive. We ask those vendors to come back, give us a demonstration. And if it's a possibly a technology item, or in this case, show us their system, how easy it is to use, and then that's what the evaluation committee scores on for those top two. If you didn't, if the scoring is close enough, we would even take all of the vendors. We've done that in the past. In this case, the scoring was so spread that we did only take the top two.
Thank you.
This is something I'd like to look into more, so I'd like to move to table.
Well, it's already tabled, so just no action.
Oh, it was tabled?
It was tabled from
Oh,
the
at the last
from
meeting,
this meeting.
so we're not drawing from the table. Thank you, Counselor.
It'll remain tabled.
Okay. Does that require any action from us?
Well, no, unless there's a motion to remove it from
That's
the
what I was
table.
gonna say, yeah,
Correct.
right. Is there any motions on this item?
So basically, he's saying that this was the best and that this is what the city recommends based on the work they did.
Right, they brought it down, they narrowed it down, based on those that responded down to two, and then asked for a best and final on that. So, we can either, we're gonna need to remove it from the table if there's any sort of motion, right? Okay. I'll entertain any sort of motion from the commission. If there's no motion, then it just stays table and there's no action.
Next item, we have
Thank you.
executive session. Mayor, would you like to make a motion to move into executive?
Yes, I'll make the motion then to move to executive session.
Second.
Well, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. We'll recess to executive session. Thank you.
The following items will be considered for executive session. Item number one, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to legal issues regarding the Tenasca audit conducted by Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. Executive number two, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, related to deliberation of personnel matters regarding the annual performance evaluation of the city attorney as allowed under the existing city attorney's agreement.
Vote.
7:40.
Pedro.
Session. Thanks.
Next
Everybody
item, we
second.
have possible action on items discussed in executive.
Do we have any motions on item, I believe there's one action item. It's the first item, Commissioner De Los Santos.
I'll move to accept the answers from CRI in response to questions submitted by PUB.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
To adjourn?
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Stand adjourned. Thank you all.
It is 8:48. Meeting has ended.